ROKR LC901C Art in Times Tick Cuckoo Clock. P24, P25, P28. The first thing we're going to do is put the connect the P25 to the P24. And we're going to do that with, if you look on there, the holes are closer to one side. So there's a wide side and then the narrow side. The wide side is this back side here, and then the front side here is the narrow side. The narrow side is not adjacent to the board. The wide side is adjacent to board, at least on the one that I have here. We'll put that in there. And we'll take our, we're going to snap that in. Like that. The little motor we put with the wires up slides down into here. Like that. Then this is going to snap down into here. And we want to make sure the wires avoid these standoff areas, like here, and then that is going to be put in, and then it's going to snap in here. This little part here is the snap in part, and it'll look like that when it's done. P3, P5, 2 P12s, 2 P19s, K1, K3. So we're going to take the K1 and we're going to orient it like this And it looks like we have the two P19s are going to go on here like this. And this one is going to go off this way a little bit. Then we're going to take the screwdriver and we're going to put that in there. So I have the screwdrivers now, so we're going to put this in here. Let's see here. I'm going to use the one with the bigger bit on it. And that's going to go on there kind of like that. You can see I haven't tightened it down yet, but we'll get that done now. Okay. Next, we're going to take the K3. We're going to put the P3 on top of the K, or we're going to take the P5. We're going to put the P3 on top of that, and then the K3 will snap on top of the P5. You'll know when it snaps. It's a little difficult to get that on there. So next, we're going to put this on this spindle, and the P or the K1 gets put in like this, such that the little metal things are on the bottom, and they're going to slide into here and here. I'll flip that over, put that in like that. Then we're going to take this, I'm going to put it down over that like that, and we're going to put this part here into here. And then we're going to take this screw and we're going to put it down here. Tiny little screw. My fingers are just too big. P6, L6, L7, L8, L9, L10, L11. So the P6 or the P1 is going to snap down on here like this, just like that. Next, we're going to take the L8 and we're going to put the L10 on the L8, And we got to get these tiny little holes here and there to fit here and here. Let's see. And then the wing should move up and down. And it says to put the front in first and the back in second. Next, we have the L7. I'm going to grab the L9 here. And again, we're going to put the front in first and then the back in second. And then that should move smoothly. Okay. Next, we're going to take the L10, L8, and we're going to put the L11, which is this, the post here is going to go through this hole here, that one. Not the larger one, but the smaller one. We'll do that. Next, we're going to take the, what is that, the L6, and we're going to put that on this post here, that post there, the small hole here, and this part is going to go into this hole right here. It's kind of hard to see. This hole right there. Next, we're going to snap all this together. Being sure that this little ledge here goes underneath of this. It's underneath of this part here. looks pretty good. So then when you move that forward and backwards, the mouth should open. See how the mouth is opening? And also the wings should flare like that. It says to make sure how you can test this, in addition to what I showed you, but you could take this bottom part, hold it steady, and then lift this up, this back part, and you should see the wings flap out, the wings flap, and also the beak should open. See the little beak opening? Right there. Okay. Now it says you can paint the bird if you so choose. I'm not very good with painting, so we'll just leave him as is. Maybe later we'll paint him, I don't know. But next, the base of the bird here is going to go into this hole here. And this part here will need to be on top of here. Back here, actually. So let's get that in there. I need to get that down in there a little further. I'm just pushing on this base here to get it in. And it kind of snapped in, so. So now when you push down on that, you can see the two P10s. I have this here only so you can see them for the contrast because they don't show up very well against this. P27 K2. So we're going to take this K2, slides into here and here. P27 goes on top of here, and it'll slide, these parts here will slide over the K2. Why is that not going down on there better? I need to slide a little bit. Oh, it snaps in the back. Yeah, so it's probably better to start it, putting it in at the back or snap it down. I just put it in that way and it did seem to work pretty well. So now we got to put screws here and here. Which screwdriver is going to work better? That one's a little too small, I think. That one's better. Okay. Yep. Gotta be careful not to over tighten these. When you start feeling some resistance, I stop and then we'll, yeah, it's in there good. Yep, that's in there good. K4, K5. Now what we're supposed to do here is these pieces of metal we put in earlier, we're supposed to grab a hold of those and pull the Cuckoo out because we have to put these doors on. So first we're going to take the K4, and what we're going to do is put that little piece of metal into here. So what we're going to do is we have to take that hole there, and we're going to loop it around this piece of metal here, and then we're going to snap it into these spots here, starting put it in the lower one first and then snap in the upper one second. So to get that, what we're going to do, this up like that, come over here, put the bottom latch in, and then we'll snap the top one in. We're going to do the exact same thing for the other side. We're going to take it, loop it through that piece of metal first, put it in the bottom, and then snap it into the top latch. Just like that. Next, it says what we should do is push him back in there. Like that. And I guess he just comes out whenever those doors open. G15, G16, 2 P10s again, and P29. So I'm going to take this and the P or the G16 is going to go on there like that, such that these are in that orientation. And I'll put the yellow side up. Then we're going to take the P10 and we're going to screw that into place. I'm just going to snug that one a little bit so that way we can move this around. Makes it easier just to move it around. Then we're going to put in the P29 like that, and it's going to go into this first one here. Again, the narrow side of the connector will go up. When you look at it, you can see there's a narrower end, or there's this little hook there too. You can see that that's towards that would go down in this case. And then I'll take this and make sure it's seated well. Indeed, it does seem to be. Then, now that that's seated well, we take this and put it over top of that. And that holds that in there. We can also take J15 and press that in. I use my little tool, but it says J15 will work as well. Next, we need 3 AAA batteries and P30. So we're going to take the P30 apart, and we're going to install the AAA batteries. And we're going to put this all back together. Next, we're going to do some testing. So we've already installed the batteries. We're going to connect P2. We're going to connect one end of it to here, like this. For mine, you can see that the red wire is towards the front of the where the Cuckoo comes out, and the white wires to the back. We're going to plug that into the side here, which looks like, I would say, number 5, and the red wire will be towards the top of that. Okay, next, the P26 will go into the top of this unit here, and it looks like the red and white wires are going to be off to the right in the orientation I'm holding it. That'll go in there like that. So now it says we need to turn this until we hear it click. It says to turn it counterclockwise. So then we'll do it again just to make sure it's okay. Basically, that's on the hour. So for the second set of function tests, we remove the P26. So now we're going on to the second set of tests. So we need to put a P16, that's one of the switches, into 4. The other switch into 1. And then the LED is going to go into number 2. Okay. Now, it says to tap the control number 2 for the lights. Okay, that's the top one. Yep, the lights come on and go off when I click it. Now the other one, it says with a single touch, the cuckoo operation with chime, long press, toggle chime on and off, on, lights flash twice, off, lights flash 4 times. So let's do a quick one. Try one more time. Now it says if we do a long press, the light should go it toggles the hourly chime on and off. So if we long press, so it went 4 times, that means that that it's off. So that means when we press this, it probably won't work. It does not, only the lights come on. Then we do that, it blinked twice. Well, this one controls the lights, it's this one here. So let's do a quick tap. So now we're going to turn it off. And then we'll press it once. It must turn it off from this being chimed. So we're going to turn it back on. Okay, so the next part of the test is to use P14 and P18. P14 would go into slot 3 here. And this allows you to run it over USB. So I'll go ahead and take the batteries out and then we'll give that a try. As you can see, I've taken the batteries out and now we're going to put the battery cover back on. And this gets plugged into number 3. And then that gets plugged into here. And then we take a USB-C connector and plug that in. And then we should be able to hit these to see the lights. Which you can see there, so we'll go ahead and turn those off. And you should also be able to see the clock, or the cuckoo. Very nice. Now it says that after testing all the electronics work, the next thing to do is to take these, disassemble everything we've put together. Be real careful when you take these out. They're kind of fragile and can break. So just be real careful with that. And we're even going to take it out of here. So, and then for me, I'm going to go ahead and put all of these back into bag number 2. Except the LEDs, I think I'm just going to leave those out. We'll use those at some point, but those wires are kind of small and fragile, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to stick it up here for now. Four D14s, 4 D15s, D20, D22, E1. So we're going to take the D20, and there's a painted side and an unpainted side. So we're going to have the blank side up in this orientation, and it says to pay attention to the arrow. So we're going to take a D15 and we're going to put it here in these 2 holes here, and the painted side goes out. Next we got a D14 goes here in these 2 holes. Again, painted side out. On the other end we got a D15 which is going to go here. And we got a D14 which is going to go here. Like that. Next, we're going to build this side. This time we have the blank side up again. Pay attention to the arrow. The D15 goes here. Painted side out. D14 goes here. Painted side out. They'll only go in one way because they're different thickness. The tabs are different sizes. So we got our D15, and the D15 is going to go here. Like that, and then the D14's going to go here. Then we have the E1. The larger hole, we're going to have sort of this orientation. The arrows, we're going to go to the right like this. These will be to the inside, that'll be to the inside. Then these holes are going to go on top of these. So we're going to put this side in first. And then we're going to put this side on over here. Again, the arrows are pointing in the same direction. D5, D7, it says D5 and D7 are not the same thing. They point that out. J6, J15, P1, 2 P7s, 2 P8s, and 1 P16. It's the switch. So we're going to take the switch, and we're going to take the D5, and that's going to go in this orientation on the right. The P7, and you can see the little P7 there on, or D7 there on it, is going to go like this. The switch, and it says to pay attention to the direction, will go on the switch. I'm going to work with the D5 first. So we're going to put the switch on here such that the open, where the largest gap is on the switch, this end, is towards us like this. So that's the orientation that it looks like it's going to go on there in, like this. Then these are going to go in here like that, and then we have to tighten these down. I guess we're going to just get them started initially. Okay. Then we're going to tighten them down. Not too tight, just snug. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the switch still works. So you can hear it. So that works well. Next, we're going to put a P7 onto here. And then we're going to take the P1, I'm going to stick it through there until it bottoms out. It'll look like that. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to take the J6 and we're going to put it in here like this, and there's a hole here and one on the other side. We're going to bring this up from the bottom through the hole on the J6 and then up through the hole on the top, and then we're going to put the P7 on top of here. So what I'm going to do is start this, and then we'll take this and we're going to seat it into the proper depth. So when it comes out, this will be a little loose, but this moves freely. And then what that's going to do is it appears that as you push down on this, it'll cause that switch to trigger. Next, we're going to take the E1, we're going to flip it over. This is going to be installed here. It looks like it's going to go in here like this. So this part is going to go through this hole here, like that. And then it's going to go in there like that. And then all of this gets pressed in. So again, test the switch. Sounds pretty good. Two 2 A7s, J3, J4, J5, J7, J12, J13, J14. So the first thing we need to do is the A7s are going to slip into the sides here. See the little holes there? So I'm going to put that in there. And we're going to do the same thing from the other side. I'm putting the painted side up, as you can see. Next, the J7, which is this, is going to go in here, which is going to go on here. Be careful when you put this on here. See, what I have at the bottom is I'm kind of pushing this up so it's not pushing too hard on the switch that's down in there. So I'm pushing up with this while I push down with that finger, and really I'm kind of pinching it on there because I don't want to damage this switch. Next we're going to take the J5, the 4 and the 3, and they're going to go on there like this, and then the J3 is going to go below that. That is all going to go on here with this open part towards what we're going to call away from us. Like that. Next, we're going to take the J12. That's going to go here, down between here, like that. Make sure the switch still operates properly. Next, we're going to put on the J14 on top of that. And I have it so the lines can be seen from the top. You can see that little line there. I have it so that can be seen from the top. The same with this piece here. The other side, as you can see, doesn't have the lines. So I want the lines to be up. So then we're going to put the J13 on top of all of that. And I'm going to kind of support the bottom here with my thumbs while I press down on that. Again, make sure the switch works, and it still does. B28, D8, D21 times 2, H17, J1, J2, J26, J27. Now the one thing that it does say is we need to pay attention to how the wire is run. So the wire is going to come back here, then it's going to come over here like this. Then it's going to head out like that. So that's going to be the path for the wire, so we got to watch that. Leave that like that. So first we're going to put on the J26. And the J26 is going to go on with the non-printed side to the right. And it's going to go in this hole and this hole. And the printed side will be to the left, the unprinted side will be to the right. Just like that. The J27 is going to go over here. Next, so that way you can see the little design on it right there. Next, we're going to put on the D21s. That's both of these. And you're going to notice there's an arrow on those guys. There's a painted side and non-painted side. So we are going to put the painted side, the painted part to the outside, and the arrow goes down so that this end will go into the piece of wood here, like that. Took a little bit of effort. Make sure the arrow is pointing down. Like that. Next, we're going to put on the J2, and that's going to go on top of here. So this is going to go into here and here. So it says this is the, we should do this. Oh, it says we should put B28 on first, actually. And we're going to make the painted side point to the outside again. And that looks like it's going to go in this hole right here. Like that. Then this goes on next. Again, you can see I have the side with the pattern on it going up. Okay. Next, the J1 is going to go into here. Like that. So it says you should remove this J1 with some with some assistance from the J15. It seemed to come out okay for me, but I could see where that one would be easily broken because it's so thin. So next we're going to put on the D8. Looks like it can go on either way. The D8 is going to go here, right here, like that. And then we're going to take the H17 with the painted side to the right. We're going to put that right here. And I'm going to support that with my hand so that way this doesn't break. So the one thing it says is we need to make sure that the wire comes up through here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my tool here. These screwdrivers would be fine to use. And I'm going to just hold it down so that will come up right through there like that. You can see how I did that. We have our H20 here. We have our H20. And we have the painted side to the right. And you'll notice there's little indicator marks there. There's one there, there, here, and there. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these on, and these are going to go where those marks are. And as we turn it, we're going to want to make sure that the painted side of these, right there, the painted side is towards us. So we're going to spin it, put it in from the top. Then we're going to spin it. Got the little circle there. And we're going to put that in from the top. Then we're going to spin it. Same thing here. We got the little mark. Put this in. And that's how that looks. C19 times 12, H15, 2 H23s, H24, 2 H25s, and an H26. So we're going to take this piece again. Again, the color side is to the right. And we're going to put them in such that the painted side points the same way. And basically what we're going to do is fill in the rest of the available spots. Got that one backwards. Put this right about halfway done. Next, we're going to take the H24, and we're going to put the 2 H323s in. So we're going to have the paint off to the right, and the paint on those is going to go up. Like that. And then next there is a short and a long side, and one has the arrow. You see the arrow in there? The arrow is going to go off to the right, the way we're holding it here. And then we're going to put this in so the arrow goes off to the right as well. These are a little stiff to get in there. So we're going to take this, have the arrows to the right, the painted side, or the non-painted side will be to the right. We'll push that in there. And then we're going to put the non-painted side to the right again, and this is going to go on here. Then this piece is going to go on, with the painted sides of these towards us at the top. And the first ones we put on have these little tabs on them, and they're going to go into these holes here. Get the first one started. We're going to get the next one. How that looks. 2 A24s, E2, H15, H16, P2, and 3 P7s. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the H15 with the color portion off to the right, and we're going to make sure that these match up with these holes, with these parts here. I'm going to put that on this center part first, get it down as far as we can, and then we're going to start putting these, get them at least started. Okay, now they're all started, we can go ahead and start pushing them all in. And that's how that looks. And the H16, the painted side, goes on next. It goes on the two pieces with the arrow. Now it won't sit down all the way because there's a little gap in between. See that there? So next, we're going to put these on here. So we're going to get this started. And then the first one gets measured down with that tool. The next one we put in on until it meets that one. It'll look like that. Next, we're going to take this and hold it with this off to the right, and we're going to put this from the back side through, and then we're going to put this piece on so that it's just flush with the end. So what I'm going to do is put it on there, and then I will push that down with this tool. And you can see that it is flush with the end. So now we're going to put this on here. So the part with the 4 holes goes to the inside. The part with the 2 holes goes towards the outside, and we're going to put them here and here. My guess is they're just going to sit in there like that, and then that should spin. Next, we're going to put this piece in, and that's going to drop down between the wheel and this back part, and the axle is going to go up here. The painted side and the orientation we're doing this should be towards us. You can see how that slips down on there, and it's going to go into this hole here and this one here. I'll probably get that just started, and then because that was bending, I am going to use my finger to press it down. Be careful when you're doing this that you don't break these edges off. Take it kind of slow, no hurry. That looks pretty good. And then that should still turn freely, and it does. Next, we're going to put the A24s with the painted side we'll say to the left. We're going to put one here, here, and the other one will go here. And the flat portion of the A24 should go up. And what we're going to do is we're going to put them in there such that the painted side points outward. So we're going to put them in there like this. You can see I have the painted side pointing out. And then we do the same thing over here. Like that, you can see the painted side is pointing out. Oop, my wire came off. Let's put that back in. A23, A25, A26, A27, A32, and J8. So we're going to take the A25, that's pretty much the center of the whole thing, and we are going to have it such that the painted side is up. The A23, which is this one, the non-painted side is going to be towards us in this case, so that the painted side will show. Next, we're going to put on the A32. That's going to go here. The painted side this time should be towards us. Next, we're going to put on the A26. This one. And the painted side will go to the right in the orientation, at least that we're putting it together. Next, we're going to put on the A27, and that's going to go here with the painted side to the right. Look like that. Next, we're going to put in the J8 such that it goes on like that. And it's going to go in that hole and that hole. Then this piece is going to be attached here, 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 and here. So I'm going to hold that back. So I got something to push against, and it goes on there like that. Two A28s, two A33s, two C10s, C17, C18, D1, two D2s, four D16s, two D19s. So we're going to take this and I'm going to put in the D19s first. They need to go in like that. Where they come in from the back, and the little loop, this little loop is on the inside. A28 goes on next, and that's going to go with the flat part up and the painted side out. Same on this side. Well, these have a colored painted side and a non-painted side. Painted side goes out. Same over here. Next we have the A33s. They're going to go here, here, from the back side to the front. And I'm having the painted side be up. Next we have the windows. The painted side goes out. And the way in this orientation, that's towards us. Next we have the D16s and C17. We'll go over here. C18 will go on this side, but they're going to be on the inside. So we put these on. Oop, we're going to have I'm going to make the painted side be up. Do the same thing with the other side. A15, two B14s, two B15s, C6, C17, C18, D6, D12, D13, two D17A, two D17B, two J25s. Two D17As and the C18. And we're going to put these on here. And then these are going to slide on here. Okay. D17Bs and the C17. Next is the D12 and D13. The painted side goes towards the front of the building. The unpainted side is what we see as we're putting it on. The D12 goes on this side. Okay, so it's probably best to put the edges in first, like this, and then push those down. Next, we take the B14s, and they're going to go right here, like that, and like that. The B15s are going to go on top of those. I don't know whether there's a top or a bottom. Next, we're going to take the A15 and put that in the back from up here. And then this fits in on that. It looks like the J25s with the painted side up goes here, and on this side and then this whole thing fits here. There's a little hole there and there, and this part here will go in here, and it recommends putting in the bottom ones first. And then get the top one fitted in. I'm going to support the bottom with my finger while I press that down. A18, A19, C8x3, D18, 2 E14s, 2 E16s, F14, J10, J21. So we're going to take the D18 with the painted side towards us. We're going to take the E14 on top of that, so it's going to go in there like that. And we're going to take the F14, and we're going to take the E14s, which have that orientation. And we're going to put the color off to the right. And that's going to go in there like that. And then the other one is going to go in there like this. And then they're going to go through this back piece. Same on this side. I'm going to take our A18, which moves a bit. I'm going to take our J10, and that's going to go in the middle here. And these three pieces here are going to go here, here, and here. So then this piece here is going to go over here, and we're supposed to avoid interference with this edge. So it's going to go right here. Yes, and you can see there's separation down there on that edge. Next, forgot to put this piece on. This is going to go on these right here. That went on there pretty easily, even though I didn't do it soon enough. Ooh. We didn't put this piece on. This goes on the bottom here with the painted up. Sure that looks good. It does. So now we're going to put that on, avoiding the interference. Okay. Next, we're going to build these little steps. Take E16. I'm going to put one step on. Put the other one on. Next step up. And for the next one, that's going to go on the side, but I did forget to put the A19 on, and that's going to go on top of here. Seemed to skip a whole section there, didn't I? And then this is going to go down here. And now we got stairs. A15 times 4, A20, A35, C5, C9 times 2, C14 times 2, C38 times 2, C39 times 2, D3 times 2, E6, E7 times 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the E6 and we're going to put the E7s in from the back, and we're going to have, there is no painted side on the E7, so it doesn't matter. Then we're going to take the A20, this one, and we're going to put the painted side out, which is towards us in this orientation, like that. Then we're going to take the C5, we're going to put that so that the painted side is towards us. Like that. Next we're going to take the C38, which is this one, and we're going to put that into the C14, like that. Then we're going to take the C39 and it's going to go in from the other side, and this piece here is going to go on the bottom over here, and it'll look like that. And we need to do 2 of these, so we're going to do that same thing again. And the orientation is the side with the paint on it is off to our left when we put this in. And then these 2 are going to go into this hole and this hole. We'll straighten that up a little bit. This one will go over here. Then we're going to take the door. We're going to take the A15s, and with the hinges on the left, painted side towards us, we're going to put these in from the back. And I'll put them in so that the painted side is towards the top of the door. Then we're going to take the C9s and put them on next, and again the painted side is towards us. And I'm putting them in so that there's a narrower, so the top is narrower than the bottom. It's a little wider down there. So I have the narrow part towards the top. Next, we're going to take the D3s and we're going to put the painted part up. It goes in there like that. And then this one comes up from the bottom the same way. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put the door through from the back side like that. And then these will come through these holes here. The D3s will come through those holes there. Like that. A15, D4, J11. So we're going to put the A15 through the painted side, starting from the painted side and pushing it through, and then we're going to push that into this hole here. And that gets put into there, like that, and then that side sits like that. Then we're going to put the J11 on there like that, and this is going to go in here, and this one's going to go here. The painted side will be up, and these here will fit down into these holes here. Next, this is going to go on the back side. It's going to go into this hole here, and I believe this hole here. And if you look, that'll also help keep this wire in. You can see right there. So that should stop falling out on us now. 2 A15s, C6, C7, E3, E5, E13, and 2 J9s. So we're going to take this and we're going to put the A15s up through the bottom, through these holes here. Do the same thing on the other side here. We're going to hold those up, and then the E13 is going to fit there with the painted side up. From what I can tell, it looks like this little notch will go towards us or facing out from the house. So we're going to put this in here now. Now we're going to take the E5 and the C7, and we're going to put these over here. Make sure the painted side of C7 points towards you and the painted side of E5 is pointed to you. And we're going to put the J9 into the bottom there, and then we're going to put the C7 and align it at the J9. And then that's going to go into this hole here, and then this part is going to slide down into here. Like that. And then we're going to do now, we're going to take the E3 and the C6, and they're going to go together like that. Both painted sides are towards us. I'm going to take the J9, put that through here. And the C6 is going to go into that. And then that's going to go down into here. Like that. E4 times 2, E9, E12, E15, E17, E18, and 2 J17s. So the E9, that's this one, is going to go here, right in here, there, down to there, and the painted side should be to the right. Okay, that took some force to get that in there, but you want to be careful because it's such a long piece, it'll probably break pretty easy if you put too much force on it. Next, the painted side will go off to the left, and we're going to do the same thing just on this side. So we'll go here, and then down here. That one went in a lot easier. Next, we're going to take the E4s, and we're going to put the J17s into the E4. Painted side towards us for the E4s, and the J17 painted side up. I'll put this one in. It'll look like that. These two are going to go on this end with this where the roof is, and it's going to go here, and the other one's going to go here. So let's put those in next. Okay, there's that one, and then we got to get this one in. Next, we're going to put in the E15. The E15 is going to go here. So this part here will go into the larger hole. This back piece will go into the smaller hole. Now, it says to a tip that they say is to make sure these two are aligned. So we're going to do that. Try to get those in first. We're going to move that out of the way. Let's just put that like that for now. So they want to do is squeeze these two together. So try and get that to fit, and then this back piece will go in, and then you push that down. That's the E15. Next we're going to do the E17, and it's going to basically be the same thing except on this side. So we got to try and keep these two together and fit this, keep these two together, and have it fit here and here at the same time. So and then we're going to do same thing over here. It's not down in there yet. Just like that. 4 E10s, E11, H14, H18, and P15. So we're going to take the E10, and the E10 is going to go down here and here and fit down in this hole and this one. And the painted side should go towards the corner. And then the same thing here, down here and here, through here and here. And again, the painted sides are towards the corner. Okay. Next, we're going to take the E11, which is this one, and that's going to go on this side over here. So it's going to go in like this. So this will fit here, this will fit here, and then this will fit on top of here. Let's see, right there on top of that. Like that. Next, we get to run a little bit of lighting. So our first LEDs of interest are the ones that are closest to the connector here. It's going to be this one here and this one. We're going to take this part here with the painted side up. We're going to come down through, it's going to go down through here. The LED is going to be on the bottom. We're going to come back up through here. Then we're going to wrap it around again. Then we're going to come over here. The LED will be here, and then we're going to wrap it up and over and back again. It's going to go like that. And then the LED is going to sit on that bottom side. The wire will come back up through, back down. And you can see it's pretty close to being just perfectly aligned. And we're going to back around, and then it'll run straight out like that. So the top side of it looks like that, and the bottom side looks like that with an LED here and an LED here. So this is going to go back here. It's going to go down on top like this, like that, and we need to put this wire here, the yellow and white wire, into this hole here, so that way it runs up like that. And you want to do this first, because once it pushes up against this piece, you won't be able to get it in. And I'll show you that when we're done. Okay. See, as you can see by looking at this, there's no room to put that in there if you delay putting it in there. So you want to get that in there. It says this piece just basically hangs out up like that, and then this one just goes off to the side, waiting for us to position that third LED in the line. So we also need to position the H18. We should have done this when we did the H11, but it should be fine. It shouldn't matter. All of these holes here are going to be here. These pieces will go in there. This one will go here and then here. So it should make it all nice, and it'll stiffen up the house. So we're going to turn it this way just so we can see it better. We'll probably have to fiddle with these a little bit to get these seated. The same on this side, like that. Now what it does though, it makes everything nice and solid. These aren't falling out anymore. See, they're in there pretty good. A29 times 2, A30 times 2, C10 times 2, C11 times 2, E8 times 2, H1, H8, and H9 times 2. So the first thing we're going to do is take our E8 and we're going to hold it like this. We're going to put the A29 on there with the, I'm putting the painted side to the left. Next, the C11 will go on there, and the painted side again will go to the left. The flat side is up. Then here we've got a A30, which goes in here like that. Then we have the C10 painted side off to the left with the flat side, the flat part to the top on there like that. So it'll look like that. Next, we have the E8, and we're going to hold it like this. We're going to put on the A29 like this, and this time the painted side is to the right. We're going to put on the C11, again, painted side to the right. The A30 goes on here, painted side to the right again. And then we're going to put on the C10, painted side to the right. Looks like that. Now, I'm going to take the H8 and the painted side will go up. And these are going to come up from the bottom, fitting in this hole here and this hole here. And the one with the 3s go towards the front. You can't mess it up because the tabs are different sizes. Would take some effort to mess it up, to mix that up, let me say. I suppose it could be done, but it would take some effort. Then we're going to do the same thing to the other side. So that'll look like that. Next, we're going to take the H9s, and we want the painted side to point to the outside. So on this side, we want the painted side to go that way. On this side, we want it to go that way. And we're going to put this in this hole here, and it's going to go like this. So we have this gapped part here, and it goes towards the away from us with it holding in this orientation. We're going to do the same thing up here. Again, that open part is pointed away from us, and the painted part is pointing to the outside. And that looks like that. Next, we're going to put that here, so it looks like it's going to fit into this hole here, and we're going to put that in there like that. And it looks like this here is going to fit in this hole here. So you got 3 things you got to line up here. these down here, here, and here, and then the one at the top as well. So what we're going to do is get the bottom one started, or get the top one started, I guess. And then we're going to slowly push that down. Like that. Next, we're going to take the H1, and that's going to go on here like this. And it says that we should put these two, put this one through the center here first. The second thing we want to do is put these two wires through the center as well. And then this is going to fit down over these holes here. And then up front here we also have similarly situated nubs here, here, and then there's one over here as well. And then that fits down on there like that. A 13x6 and 2 P8s. Now it does caution not to over tighten them, just to ensure that they're flush. So the A13s are going to come in from the back, and they're going to go here and here. I guess I presume it's just to prevent that from spontaneously coming apart. There we go, there's the one. Now we're going to do the other side. Okay, next we need to put in the P8s, and it says they're going to go through this hole and this hole here, these little holes here and here, and it says that we do not want to over tighten them. We just want them to be snug. Get that one a little tighter. And I am just, they're just snug. They're not, I have not tightened them at all. You can still see there's a gap here between the screws and the thing. I think that's kind of normal. Same over here. There's a gap here. It's just to hold it down. Next, we need to run the LED here. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the LED up through this hole. We're going to run the LED down through this hole. Run the wire along the bottom, and then it's going to slot into this here hole right here. So what we're going to do, run the wire down through this hole, and we're going to pull that through, trying not to put too much stress on the wire, and also trying not to bend it at too much of an angle. So that'll go through there like that, and the LED is underneath on there. Then we're going to put the wire here, and we're going to slide it in there, and then pull it into this little hole. Like that. Okay, then it tells us to flip it over, and we're going to put the rest of the A13s down here. So they're going to go, so we match the orientation of the image. It's going to go like this, and we're going to put two here, and one in this direction. Then the last two are going to go in here and here. So let's see if we can get those in. These are going in. That one went in pretty easily. That one went in pretty easily as well. And we're going to put this one in next. Again, that one went in pretty easily. Get it all. And then this one here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get that one in there. Oops, sorry. So you can see they're here, 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 and here. Two D10s, two D11s, two P10s, one P14. We're working on the bottom again. Back on this back part here. So this piece is marked D22 just for reference, so you know where we are. So the first thing we need to do is get this positioned. And on this top you can see there's a little piece there and there. And you can see there's alignment holes here and here. So it's going to go on there like that. Next, we're going to put in the D10s. They're going to go down in these holes here. We're going to put this back one in. The other thing to make sure of is it'll help with orientation. I mean, those things in there help with orientation, but make sure the USB is out the back. If you put it in there and it's sitting flush, then that's what you need. Next are the the D11s are going to go in. It's going to slide in like that. Then we're going to put the P10 in here. We'll get that snug down. And that holds these down to keep that in. And then we're going to put the other one, D11, in there. And also you can see I have the painted side so that it can be towards the bottom. I'm going to put this one in. And this allows us to operate the clock off of USB power. And there that is. D23, D25, or D23, D24, two D25s. So we'll start from the back. There's the USB connector. So that means we're going to grab the one with the hole, and the painted side should be out, so that way it can be seen. Okay, there's that. I think I'm going to put in the front side next. Make sure that you should be able to read Wonderland. Goes on, and the painted side goes so you can see it. We'll come over this side, and we're going to put the D25s here. And again, make sure they're readable. And then we got the D25 for the last side. F4, two F5s, two F13s, J22, J23. So we're going to take the F4, painted side up, and we're going to put the F5 on the back side, and we're going to have the painted side facing us on both of these, because these look like they get put up against the house. So this will get put up, that side will get put up against the house. So now these are going to get put here, 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 and here. And then the F13s are going to go here and here. So let's get these in first. That went in pretty easy. And you can see that the non-painted side is towards the house there. So now we're going to put these in. And I think we're going to put the painted side out. It doesn't really seem to indicate. I think what we'll do is put the painted sides to the left because the unpainted side will be close to this and it'll kind of cover it. I think that's what we're going to do here. We'll do the same thing to this side over here. Next, and we want the painted side to go to the outside on these. These are the banisters for the stairs. So we're going to put them here and back there. And we're going to take the other one and we'll put it on this side. C13, F1, F3, F8, F9, F10, 4 F11s, G6, there's 2 P9s, and 5 P11s. So we're going to take the G6, the F1, and the C13, and you see that you have the numbers on and all the painted sides are towards us. We have the number 12, 3, 6, and 9. So we want the 12, the one with the heart, to be up. The diamond will be down. That's going to go on here like this. And it'll attach to here with 2 P9s. So we're going to put a P9 through there. Then the P9 should go through the next hole as well. As you can see, it does. And then we're going to take and start it into the G6. So what I'm going to try to do is align this way. I'm going to take a peek in there. Got to get the orientation correct, like this, and the heart needs to go on top. We'll get this other one started. going to back this one out because it went in just a little crooked. So now we've got them both started. We'll snug them up. And in the end, it'll look like that. Heart towards the square area. All the painted sides are towards us, and the two screws hold it together. Next, we're going to take the F3, the side, painted side towards us, and the F8, again, the painted side towards us. You'll see there's 5 holes here, and that should align with the 5 holes here. See the holes there? Also, you'll note that this V is deeper than this one. There's 2 cutouts here and 1 larger one over here. We're going to align that to those same shapes on the F8. So I'm going to put that through there. And then probably get the smaller one here for these. These are really tiny. I just got that one started. Then we go to the next one, get it started. We're going to go around and start all the screws, and then we'll come back and snug them up. We'll kind of be careful and not do these too tight, as I would imagine they would strip out pretty easily. I will feel like they're in there pretty good. They're all through the back, so that looks good. So next, we're going to take this piece, and we have the part with the 2 heart. Basically, this is the top of the 2 hearts, the top of the club, the top of the spade, and the bottom of the diamond. Actually, it's the So we're going to have the top part of the heart such that it's up, and the colored portion and the painted portion is aimed towards us. So there's 2 F9s, and if you use one, the painted side will go to the left. If you use the other, the painted side goes to the right. I'm going to use the one where the painted side goes to the right. So we're going to hold it in this orientation, and this is going to fit down right on here. Like that. Then the F10 is going to fit on top of that. Just like that. Next, we're going to put in the F11. And it's going to go in, let's see, just like this. Then we're going to put in another F11, which will go in like this. The other F11 will go here. The last F11 will go here. Then the F9 and F11s are going to go into these 5 holes here. Here, get one started, and then work your way around, starting the other ones, because they're kind of loose, so they're going to need to be adjusted a little bit to get them started. And that's how that looks. F22, G2, G3, G26, 2 P8s, 1 P10, and P26. So we're going to pick up the piece we just assembled, and we're going to hold it such that the unpainted side is toward us. And we're going to pick up the F22, and we're going to put that on there with the unpainted side towards us. That should fit in there just like that. Next, we're going to take the G3. The arrow is going to be off to the right, and the P2 is going to slide into this hole here, and it'll look like that. It slides all the way in and looks like that. So this and the arrow should, you see the arrow under there? This is on the same side as the arrow. Now we're going to take the G26. That's going to go here. Like that. Then we're going to take the P10. It's going to go through this hole and into this one. And these 2 bits are going to go through this hole and this hole. So let's get those in there. Like that. And we're going to take this and put it through this hole here, like that. And then we're going to screw that down. Next, we're going to take the clockworks here, and we're going to put it on here like this. So this is going to go through this hole here. This pendulum mechanism is going to be down here at the bottom, like that. And then we're going to put a screw here and here, and that's going to go through in here and there. You can feel the screw when it drops into the hole that it needs to drop into. Okay, and that's on there pretty good. Now it says we're supposed to turn this and we're supposed to turn it counterclockwise until we hear a faint click. Yeah, I heard a little click. I don't know if you heard it, but I did hear a very faint click. So that's it for that. F2, P20, P21, P23. So the first thing that needs to go on is the P20. And that's going to go on like this. Then the P23 goes on. Next goes on the P20, and you're going to want that pointing up towards 12 when you press that on. Okay. So it says we should press it on with this. Okay. Next goes the P21. That should also point towards the 12. Now, it says we should turn it counterclockwise, and we should hear the click again when it comes back to 12. Did you hear the click? Just a smidge. There. Next, we put on the, and that's it for that. Two F15s, F19, F21, H13, H19, J24, P11, and P22. The P22 goes on first, and we're going to point that up towards the top of the hour. So we're going to point that up towards the 12. Okay. Next, we're going to take the J24 and attach it to the pendulum here. And what that's going to go in, it's going to go in from the back like this, and the unpainted side should match the unpainted side there. So here we're going to take the P11. That's going to go through the pendulum and into the wood. So through the pendulum from the front side. So like that. I think we're going to take my piece of wood and we're going to lean it against that piece of wood so I got an extra hand free. We're going to have the brown side go towards the front and put it on. And then just snug it down. That should be plenty good. So it'll look like that. Next, we're going to take the H13, which is this piece here, the H13, and we're going to put it into the back side of the clock here. H13, the H19 is going to go into that one. The painted side should go towards the top. Now make sure you don't bend the hands of the clock, so be careful how you grab it. And that's going to go in there like that. Painted side out, painted side out, just like that. Then we're going to take this piece and we're going to put this piece such that this points down, and we're going to put it into here. So we're going to put it, slide into there, and then it's going to go there so that it moves a bit. Okay, next we're going to take the two P15s and we're going to put one down here. Now I'm having the painted side face down on that one, And we'll face the painted side up on this one. Like that. G19. So we're going to take this piece that we just did, and that's going to go on the back like this. That'll go in this. We'll go into this hole here. These two will go into these two holes here. And again, you want the painted side towards you in this case, even though the other parts that you see are unpainted. We want the painted side towards us. That's in all the way. And that's in all the way. Next, we're going to put this over this. This part here is going to go here. This one will go here. And then we're going to press it together again. Be careful of the hands on the clock. Oh, I left G20 in there. Let me get that out. See there? I did not take out G20. We'll set that aside. That's what it should look like. Okay. Now we're going to put this together. And this piece here is going to go into this slot here. Okay. And that's how that looks. H21 times 4. We're bringing the base of the clock back and we're going to put it on. I have the stairs here in front of me. That's where that switch is, there. And what we're going to do is we want the face of the clock to face us. Now, we're going to make sure that you can see the crescent here is the open parts to the left. We're going to put this down in here, and these tabs here and here are all going to go here, 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 and here, and then it's all going to slide to the left. That's straightened up on there. Okay, and then that's going to go down in there. Make sure that the wires are not catching on anything. So these wires are free. This is free. This isn't caught on anything, and then that's not caught on anything. Then we need to push this to the left. Push it down, and then it's going to go to the left and the left. Now it doesn't go very far. Then we're going to take the H21s and that's going to lock it into place. So the H21 is going to go here and here, and it looks like it's going to go in there like that. So we're going to put it in the base first. Put it in the base first, and then you'll slide it into place on basically the face of the clock. And that should lock it into place so it doesn't move side to side at all. And we're going to do the same thing to the other side. And I'm getting these pieces so that the painted part faces out, so that the left side faces left, the right side faces right. Now that's down in there. There. Now we do the same thing to the back. And put this in here. Bottom first, and then you slide it forward like that. Over here, same, bottom first, and it slides forward. And that prevents this from wobbling out. C21, 2 C22s, 2 G18s, 1 G16. So we're going to be working for now on the back of the clock, and the C21 is going to be held up here with the 2 C22s. We're going to go in this hole, into here, and here. I'm just going to hold it. I don't want to take a chance on breaking it. So I'm going to get the C21 started at the top. And I'm also going to get it started at the bottom. Now they show the one at the top as being in vertically, and the one at the bottom is being horizontal. I don't know how important that is, but I'm going to follow what it says. So then here, we're going to put this bottom one, get that started. Then we'll do the top one. There. Next, we're going to put in the G18s. They're going to go in here, here, and the little finger on here that goes down is going to hold it in place. Like that. Do the other one. Like that. Next, we're going to put this piece in like this, so that this is off to the right side, and it's going to go down here, 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 and then here. So, and that's going to go here and here. Just like that. Now we have to run these wires. So the first thing we need to do is these wires need to come up and drop down they'll drop down into this hole and this hole. So we're going to do that now. The yellow side we're going to keep over here. Well, we're just going to put this through here just for now, just to make it a little easier. The yellow side, or the yellow and white wire, we're going to drop down on this side. And the red and black one, we're going to drop down on the other side, like that. Next, we're going to bring this up, and it's going to wrap around this. Now, I don't see that it tells you a specific location for the LED. It doesn't tell us a specific location for the LED, but what it does say is we need to come up, go around inside of there on the top, come back up through the bottom here, and then up and inside of here, and we're going to come up through to here. And then we got more to do once we do that. So I'm going to put that around there. Then we're going to come up on the inside of here. Okay. The next thing it says we have to do is we're going to run it through this hole here, this hole here, out to here. The LED will be on the bottom side, and then we run it right back in through that hole. So we're going to come through here like this, right? Then we're going to put that in that hole like that. We're going to run this back up through here, like that. And you can see the LED is under there, right there. Then we're going to put this back through this hole like there's a good way to grab that with that top of that pendulum there. Well, it went under the wire, which made it harder, so I'm going to make sure it goes over that wire. Like that. Then it says that this wire, as we look at it this way, needs to be pushed off to the side like this. That way it doesn't get in the way of the pendulum. Just like that. And it says we can put it down like that just a bit, so that way it doesn't get in the way of, oops. I think what we'll do is we'll put the finger there, bend that down a bit, and there we go. Now it's out of the way of the pendulum, which is here, and it's also out of the way of these two holes here. So that should be it for running the LED wire. We do have some more wires to run, but I guess we'll get to that. D9, 2 P9s, 2 P10s, P16, 17, 18, and I believe we need P30 as well. Put P30 up there. So what we're going to do is install the switch first. The switch gets installed here. So the orientation of the switch looks like it's like this, with the motion part in the back. So what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do is put the 2 screws in, and they're the P9s. So we'll put the P9 there. Okay, there's the P9. And we will put that in. Okay. Next we need to do the other P9. Just gonna put that in there. Check our switch. Looks like it's clicking okay. Next, this is going to go through here. I'm going to go through here into this hole, across to the other side, through here, Then it's going to wrap down back through here. So let's get that started. And that's going to come out right there. Next, we got to flip it over. We're going to plug in the USB. And that's going to go up through this hole here. So we're going to take the green one. I'm going to plug that in to the USB connector. I'm going to push that up through here. And then we're going to get that up to here and have it hang out this side. Probably open that a little bit. I'm going to use my little pliers here for this. Oh, I can't. There we go, and then we can get it up through here. And then that's going to come up to there like that. Check the bottom. That all looks good down there. Okay. So then the next thing we have to do is the P17 is going to go into the number 5 position up here. And we're going to take the last 2 screws, the P10, and that's going to get screwed to the non-painted side of that, and it's going to go in there like that. Let's go ahead and do that. Get the bottom side done. Okay. Now here we need to pay attention because the way these wires are run, it says that the wire, this yellow wire along the top, that does so the yellow wire that runs along the top needs to stay up here. Then the green wire it says to kind of bend like this and leave that there. The blue wire is actually in the middle section, and the other yellow one, which is coming up from the bottom, needs to be at the bottom. So, tip this over. The yellow wire that runs across the top here needs to be on the top. This blue one that it is the LEDs needs to be in the middle. The other yellow one that connects to the other switch should be at the bottom, and then the green one should be over here. And then eventually we're going to attach all of those, but for now what we need to do is slide this down there like that. So what we're going to do now is this red wire needs to come up top like this. The switch, the yellow wire here that's on the top, needs to go into number 4. Okay. The green wire, which comes up from the bottom, needs to go into number 3. The blue wire, which controls the LEDs, needs to go into number 2. The yellow wire for the lower switch needs to go into number 1. This one, we're going to run out the top here because that one goes in after we close this up. There's a little lever for holding that. So now what we got to do is this needs to go into there. Okay. And we want to kind of make sure that none of these are going to get in the way of the pendulum. So we're just going to kind of make sure, and they all look perfectly fine. Okay. Good. 2 H29s, H31, H32. So our H29 with the unpainted side towards us. The H32 is going to go in here. The H31 is going to go in down here, right there. And then the other H29 is going to go on here. And then that is going to go here into these two holes, like Get one started and then get the other one started. And then ease them down where they need to go. A14, 3 A15s, 2 A17s, F18, G12, J19, P9, P10, and P13. Now I've already cut the P13 to 18 centimeters. It looks like there's enough there to do another one if I mess that one up. So we're going to take this the F18, and that's going to have the color towards the painted side towards us. We're going to put in the A15s from the back. Then we're going to take the A14. I'm going to put that on here with the painted side towards us. So the painted side of the F18 is towards us, and the painted side of the A14 is towards us. Next, we're going to take the A17s, and they're going to go here, and the painted side on the right side will fit to the right, and the painted side on the left side will go to the left. And that'll look like that. Let's move these over here. That is going to go over on this side here with the stairs that we just put in. So the bottom parts here and here are going to go down here and here. This is going to go in here. And over here. And the painted side's going to point to the outside. We'll put the and see it went in here and here, not up here. Next, we're gonna make this part. So we're gonna take the P10 and we're going to put the string into here, and you can have a little bit of it hanging out the back, but not too much. You pass it through, a little bit of it hanging out the back, and then we're going to take the P10 and we're going to put it in that hole with the string. Just like that. Okay. Next, we're going to take this and set it like this. And we want this to be 12 centimeters long. So I'm going to get the manual here so we can measure it out. We want it to be about that long. Now it says what we want to do. Is bring this through the back side, the back like that. Then I'm going to measure it. It's pretty close. Then I'm going to put my finger there so it doesn't move. I'm going to take this and we're going to make a knot. I'm going to put that knot out towards the end like that. Then we're going to take this piece, it's going to go over from the front like that. And it's going to come back. Then it's going to go through I'm going to go through this hole here and then back out through the little hole that's made, the little area made by that. Let's see, we want this to be about 12 centimeters. It's about 12. Now this next part, it says we have to be very careful we don't over tighten. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this over here just to get it out of the way. And we're going to take our P9. Oh, I think I got the two screws mixed up. So we're going to put the P10 which is the shorter of the two screws. That holds the string in. And then we're going to use the P9 here. What we're going to do is this is going to go down through there, and we're going to put it right in here. We do not want this to be too tight. I'm going to flip that over there just to get that out of the way. I'm going to turn this. Put that in that hole. And we get this lined up here. Okay, too stiff. You really want that to be loose. Okay, and then it's just supposed to hang there like that for now. A8 times 2, B16 times 2, H2 times 2, H4 times 8, H12 times 2. So we're going to build 2 of these. Painted side up. We're going to take the H12 and put it up into the H2, and it looks like as we hold it like that, the painted side will be off to the right of the H12. Next, the A8 is going to go on, painted side to the right, and then on top of that, the B16 is going to go. Okay, and we're going to make another one. Okay, and then these look like they're going to go into these end pieces here, right here. And then we're going to put one on the other side. Okay, next we're going to put in the H8s. And there's a little number that says 4 on the bottom of it. So we're going to put those basically in the positions where you haven't put in one yet. So like here, 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 and here on this side. And I am putting the 4 down. If that's wrong, we'll have to go back and redo it, but that's what I'm doing. There's the front. And now we'll do the back. Two H7s, 4 H10s, 2 H11s. So the first thing we're going to do is work around here, and we're going to put the H10s here. And if you notice, there's a larger end here and the smaller end there. We're going to put the larger end down into these parts here. Try to support this with your finger a little bit, because it you don't want to break it. So I'll put my finger under there just to support it a little bit. And on these, you'll have the painted sides pointing out. Okay. Next, we're going to put in the H11s. Now they're going to go here, and then the other one will go over here. So we're going to start with this one, and the painted side is going up. Again, I'm going to try to put my finger in there to support it a little bit. Same over here. And then it looks like that. Next, we're going to put in the H7s. They're going to go in here like this. Sort of like that, with the painted side up. And it's going to be put on top of these pieces we just put in. So we'll go ahead and get those started. These parts, you'll have to align them if they're not aligned quite right. Like this one needs to be pulled, move just a bit. There's that one. Now we'll go through and make sure they're all solid. And then we go to the other side and do this side. Same thing. Painted side up. And that's what that looks like. B8, B10, B11, B19, B20, and then we're also going to need this part that we made earlier. So what we're going to do is this is going to slide in up here. And the red wire is going to put into the side here. And it's going to go in there. So if you look at the bottom, it's got this here. That is going to go on top of here, down into here, and the other side will go down into there. Just like that. Now here it says B19 and B20 are not equivalent. So what I'm going to do is take the B20 and the painted side faces this. B8 is going to go into this hole here. B8 first. No. I think we're going to do B11 first. We'll go in there like that. Then we're going to take the B19, and that's going to go over here, like that. Then we're going to put in the B10, which is going to go in like this. And we're putting them in this order because of the overlap here. Like that. Then we're going to take the B8 and we'll put that in next. So that it looks like that. Then this whole thing is going to go with the clock face pointing to the left. It's going to go here. And it says that we have to get this bottom part in first. So these holes here are going to go here and here. So this hole and this hole, the bigger ones, are going to go here and here. These smaller holes are going to go here and here. So it says we should start the lower ones first. Let's see how that is. Okay, and then we're going to move up to those upper ones. Those we can kind of see, so they'll be about easier. Okay, we need to do an adjustment here because these are interfering with each other. So I think what we're going to do is pull this wire, this red one, can't get my fingers in there enough. We'll pull that red wire over here. We'll do that. So it sits down a little better. It's just not sitting down very well the way it is there. So then we're going to do the same thing here. And now we should be able to put this back in. I'll put that one. We're going to move this one down as well, like that. Then we're going to, and this needs to be up against this as much as we can. And now this, we can pull in and out. Much better. Okay. A12 and B30. So the A12 is going to be like that, and the B30 with the unprinted side towards us is going to go in here like that. A10, A11, B18, B20. I also have the A12 in here because we're going to be using that. So we're going to get the B20 and we're going to put the A12 we made earlier onto the B20, and then we're also going to put it onto the B18. Again, it goes into the outermost holes here. Next, we're going to take the A11 and we're going to put that on. Then we have the A10 going on next. Then this is going to go on the opposite side of the one we put on earlier. Again, these two holes here are going to go here and here. These upper ones are going to go here. So we're going to get these in first because they're hardest to locate. Yeah, I think I'm going to turn it on its side. And then we're going to get these in here. Like that. A5, A6, A9, B21, B22, C1, C2, C3, F7, G1, G13, G17 times 2. So we're going to grab up the G13, this one, and it looks like we're going to have the unpainted side towards us. We're going to put the G17s in like this from the back. Then we're going to take the F7 with the unpainted side towards us. That's going to go on these two spots. So we're just going to flip it around to make it easier to work on here. And that goes in there. Next we're going to grab the G1 like this, and we're going to put in the C1. It's going to go in like this. It's red. It looks like it needs to go in first. It's going to go like on this lowest one, and this part will face down. Then we're going to take this and we're going to do the same thing. It's going to go on here like this. Then we're going to get the C2. That goes on next. That's going to go here. Next, the C3 goes on, and that goes on here. And you can see we have the painted side on all of these pointing out. Next, we're going to take the B22 and we're going to have this flat edge here to the left, and also we're going to have the painted side towards us. So first we're going to put on the A9, and that is going to go on the outermost one like that. And then we're going to take the B21, we're going to put that on next. Again, the painted side is out. Then we're going to take the A5, and that's going to go on here like this. And then we're going to take the A6, and that's going to go on here like this. A1, A2, A3, A4, B5, B6, B7, B21, B22. So what we're going to do first is we're going to put this onto here, and these two lower ones, holes here, are going to go down here. These two are going to go here, and it warns you, be careful not to crush this, because I guess it can be crushed pretty easily. So what we're going to do is kind of look in here from the end, try to get that started. That one is started. I'll get this one started next. And we'll move up to there. Then we're gonna do that. Next, we're going to put on A4, this one. Next, we're going to put on A3. Again, you got to be careful here not to crush anything. But it's pretty easy to do. Next goes on the A2. Then we're going to take the B22, which is this one. Again, this flat part will go to the left, painted side towards us. Oh, we forgot to put A1 on. So let's do that. We missed that part. I missed that part. Now that looks much better. Now we're going to take the B22, it's going to be towards us. We're going to put on the B6 first, and that's going to go here. Next, we're going to take this one and grab the B21, and we're going to put this like that. Then we're going to grab the B5, and that goes on next. Oh, that came off. B1, B2, B3, B4. And we're going to put this on here first. So, like before, these are going to go here and here. These two, well, these two, when I flip it over, go here and here. These two will go here and here. And I'm going to flip it like this. Okay, that side's on. That side's on. Now we're going to take the B4 and that's going to go here. Next is the B3. I think it's almost better to try to start with the inner one. It's a bit more solid. And the outer one just kind of falls into place. Next is the B2. Then, last but not least, we have the B1. And that's how that looks. Seven A15s, two B9s, C34. So the first thing we're going to do is take one of the B9s, and that's going to go in here like this, and it's going to be held in with four of the B9s. And in this case, I'm going to have the printed side off to the left. Put this one in there first. And we're going to put this one over here next. And we're going to put this one in. This one in. Like that. And we're going to turn it around. And this one goes in here. It'll go interleaved up here, like that. We're going to take one of these, and we're going to have the painted side off to the right this time. We're going to skip that one for now because the C34 goes in that particular one, so we're going to hold off for a second on that. The bird is going to have the printed part off to the right. So now this is going to slip on top of here. This is towards the front here. And these will need to slip down over these right here. So also this is going to have to slip on the outside of this, I believe. And that slipped down on there quite nicely. B17 times 11, B25, B26, C36, H30. So we're going to take the H30 and we're going to have the painted side up. Then we're going to take the B17s and we're going to put them on here with the painted side out. The unpainted side will go in towards this little balcony. And when they go on, you're going to want to put them on this side towards up. So they're going to go in here like this. These are going to break easy, so there's only one spare. So just kind of take it easy with them. And I broke that one. Okay, let's grab the spare before we have to glue anything. If I can take this and This tool I'm using actually isn't meant for this. It's actually an IC puller. What it does is it lets you get under the chip and you can pop the chip out of its socket. However, it also works pretty well for this. And they're not really all that expensive. I just happened to have one before I started doing these puzzles. So if you do a lot of these puzzles, I would definitely recommend a tool like this. Next, we're going to put this on, and the painted side goes out. So we'll go here. Be careful as you bend it. There is a spare, but it's best if you can get by without using it. But sometimes it just works out that you do. So that looks like that. Next, we're going to put B25 on this side, and it should be painted side up. And the open end goes in the way we're doing this to the right. And then we're going to put this side on. It goes on there like that. Next, this is going to slide into the front of the clock. These parts here, here and here, are going to slide here and here. And this part here, right there, is going to go here, and then the other side will go there. And I believe it's going to, this light here is going to fit up under here, so that way you can't see the LED all that much. And as you can see there, fits in there nicely, and you can't see the LED because it's up in there. A34, B14, B15, F16, F20, G4 times 2, G5, G7, G8 times 2, G20. We're going to grab our G20, and the painted side is going to face us. We're going to stick the A34 down in these holes from the back side, the unpainted side, and we're going to have the colored or the painted side up. Then we're going to take the G4s and they're going to go in these upper holes here. And we want the painted side to be out on these. Like this. And then over here, same thing, painted side out. Then the G5, this piece is going to fit back in here. Now there is no painted side on that, so that doesn't matter. Next, we're going to take the F20, painted side towards us on this, and that's going to slip over top of the G20 on top of the G20. Like that. Next, we're going to put the G7 in, like that. And our G8s are going to go here with the painted side towards the top. And that holds that top of that window in place. Like that. Next, we're going to take the B14, and that's going to go here, and then the B15, which we're going to put on top of that. Then the F16 is we're going to go on the bottom with the unpainted side down. So like this, the unpainted side, the painted side will go down. So that if you're looking up from the bottom of the window, you can see that painted side. A36, C29, G24, G25. So we're going to take this, and the G24 is going to fit here, and the painted side will be out to the right. So that's how you'll know that you have the G24. Then we'll put the G25 over here on the other side. Of course, the painted side faces out. You can make little adjustments to that to make it fit in there better. Just makes it easier to slide in if it lines up. Next, the A36 is going to go here, like that. And then the painted side will go so we can see it, but that's going to slide through here like this. that. Then this is going to cover up the battery pack on the back, right here. And it's going to use here, here, and here. That's where it's going to go in. There isn't anything over here. We'll put it in. Okay, and then it should slide down. And I believe that got it. Four A22s, two C16s, C26, C32, J18, and J20. Now the C16s we're going to put them on first, and we'll start with the back side, and you want the printed side to face out so it can be seen. So we're going to just start at the top here, get those two started, and then work our way down. Like that. Go down this other side. And we'll spin it around and do the same thing to the other side. Again, I think we'll start at the top and work our way down. This thing's getting kind of tall, so it's kind of hard to show in the camera, but we'll do the best we can. There we go, it started. I'm kind of a bit of a pain to get started. Okay. Seem to be moving my pieces around here. Next, we're going to take the J18 and we're going to put two of the A22s. We're going to put them in from the unpainted side. Put these two through here like that. And then paint that side up. And then we're going to take the C32 and that's going to go along here like that. Then we're going to take the other C or A22s and we're going to put them again from the we're going to put these in from the painted side, like that, and this is going to go here, like that. C30, C31, C37 times 2, F12. So what we're going to do, I think the first thing we're going to do is put the birds in. So we got our C30, the C31 like this, painted side up, this notch off to the left, and then we're going to put the two birds on here such that they're facing each other, but you can see them, the painted side, from the right. So, like that, and then the right hand side, you can see that that's the painted side versus the unpainted side, like that. Next, we're going to take this one that we made before, and we're going to put this in here, like that. We're going to take this one, and we're going to do the same thing on the top. So it looks like that. Then we're going to take this, and it's going to go on here. Here. On that side there. And we're going to do the other side over here. Like that. And it'll look like that. Next, we're going to place the trumpeting rabbit. That's going to go here. And this hole right here. Right here. Put him in there. Then this is going to go around the water wheel like that. It's going to go around the water wheel like that. So it'll go here, 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 and back here. I'm going to start over here, getting it started. And we'll come up here and get this started. Okay, that side seems to be in. No, that side's in. See, and the water wheel still turns. B23, B24, C27, C28 times 2, F6, F23, F24, F25 times 4, G11. So first we're going to take this and set it like this. The F23 goes here in the middle. F24 goes back here. And then the other spots are filled in with the F25s. Next, we're going to take the G11, hold it like that with the painted side to the left. We're going to take the C27 and we're going to put that here with the painted side towards us, like that. Then we're going to take the B23, that's going to go on like that, and then we're going to take the B24, it's going to go on there like that. Like that. Next, we're going to take the C28s. One of the C28s is going to go here. The other C28 is going to go over here. So we'll put this one in first. Then we'll take the other C28 and that'll go in here on the front. And then it looks like it'll look like that when it's in. Next, we're going to take the little stand of flowers, and that's going to go here. Like that. And the little sign is going to go in this hole here. B27, B29, H20, H27, 5 H28s, H34, H35. So in this, the painted part is going to be towards us, and the painted part of the B27 is going to be off to the right, like that. And then the H27 will go on the bottom like that. Next, we're going to put the stairs together. This goes on the right, and the printing goes on the right. Next, we're going to put in the H28 in this top one. Then I think we're going to go down this whole side. And on these, based on this orientation, the painted side should be up. So we're going to put 3 of these in. Next, we're going to take the H20 and put that in next. Then back to the H28s. Next, we're going to take the H35 and And we're going to put that on like this with the painted side to the right again. And we're going to put this one in first. And then we're going to come back up to the top and start putting them in from the top. Align them up. And then they should slip on. If they're lined up pretty well, they should go on pretty easily. Next, I'm going to spin this around so that the water wheel is towards us, and this is going to go over here. So this hole here, right there, is going to wind up on here. This is going to wind up here. So let's put this in first. Well, let's get that top one in first. Got that started. Now we're going to get this one here started. Okay. And then this tree is going to go over here, right here, and it's going to go in with the these two parts are unpainted. It's going to go in like that, like this. And that's so it can be seen from the front. A16, A31, C12, two C25s, C33, C35, C40, H5, and H6. So we're going to take the C25s and we're going to take the C12 and we're going to put the H25s into the C12 at this spot here and this one over here. And we're going to bring it in from the front like that, and the painted part of C25 should be off to the right as the painted portion of C12 is towards us. And the same thing on this one, off to the right. Next, the A31 with the painted side towards us will go on the back here like this. So it'll look like this. The C40 goes on there like this with the painted side towards us. And it slides in like that. C33 goes in next. Painted side towards us. This goes on the front, and it's going to fit right here and here, and this is the part that's going to go in there, right there. So that goes on there like that. Do I have that upside down? Well, I certainly do. Yep. So now we're going to put on the C40. So we need to pay attention here. This needs to point down with the painted side towards us. The C40 is going to go in there like this so that it bends down. Next, we're going to put on the C33, and then this will go on here with the sign bent down at the sides. Okay, and that one on there. Next, we take the H5, painted side off to the left, and that's going to go into here, like that. The H6 will go into this other side, painted side off to the right this time. And we hold it like that. Next, we have this bell, and that's going to go in here with the painted side off to the right. So it'll look like that. A16, A21, 2 C15s, H5 and H6. So the H5 and H6 are going to go on the bottom. Like this. And you want the I had that wrong. It's this end that needs to go in. So you want the painted side to face out, and it's the smaller end, not the bigger end. Then this piece and this piece then go together. This little nub here is going to go in here. Next, the C15s are going to go here. And make sure the painted side can be seen. It points out. Next, we're going to put this in with the painted part off to the right. And we're going to do the same over here. That top piece in, then we'll get these bottom ones in. So this is going to go in, and I'm going to presume the bell is pointing towards the front of the building. And it's going to go in here, 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 and here. Right there. There. Like that. So first we're going to grab the G9. I'm going to hold it like this with the color, the painted side towards us. We're going to put in the C4s. We'll put one C4 here, like that. Next, we're going to grab the G10, and that's going to go in there like this with the painted side to the outside, or to the back in this case. Next, we're going to take the other C4, and that's going to go on here, like that. Be like that. Next, we're going to take the F26, and such that the painted side is away from us, and we're going to take the G22. I'm going to put that into the unpainted side, and the painted side of G22 should face up. Look like that. Then we're going to take the other one, the G27, painted side towards us. We're going to come in from the unpainted side, and the painted side of the G22 should be up. That'll look like that. Next, we're going to take the G14 and the G21 and these guys, and we're going to put the this one on the right. You can see this is taller. Then this side is taller than this side, and we're going to put that through there like that. And we'll put the other one through here like this. So that way you can see both of the shutters. And then that's going to go into the G14. Next, this is going to go on to here with these side pieces going into here and here. And you want the painted side to face out. That is difficult to get in there. Having a little 2x4 is handy. You can apply a lot more pressure to that than I can my thumb. So next, we're going to take the G13, and that's going to go on top of these two. Like that, and then we're going to take the B12 and we'll put that on there. Like that. And then the C24 with the painted side towards the outside will go on here like this. And the same over here. Painted side out. Then this will go on this side, here, 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 and here, and we'll put these pieces in there. We'll lift it up, try to get that in there. Not too bad. Yeah. They didn't make those too hard, so very good. G31, 2 G23s, H33. So the G23s are going to go through here, and our painted side will be off to the right on the G23. On the G33, the painted side will be up. It's on there like that. Then we need to put this, see the writing on the side? One side's painted, one's not. The painted side goes on there like this. So these pieces get inserted from the painted side. And then that will go right here. And that's it.